The leader has just done a 44.58. The track temperature's decreasing. It's now 38 Celsius. The leader has just done a 39.92. You're running last. Come on, Dennis. That's the end of the session. P5. Six laps. Let's make them count. You've got cold tyres. We need to get some heat into them. P5. Okay, standing start. Green, let's go, let's go! You're on the left, 3 wide. You're on the left, 3 wide. Clear right. The car ahead is Danny, rookie license, and their rating is 1.5. Sector 1 time is good. Schuster, car number 1, is now in the lead. Left, clear left. Clear left. The leader's just done a 38.91. Alright Dennis, the next car is Holm, rookie license, and their rating is 1.4. P3, sector 3 time is quick, you've just done a 41.72. Sector 1 is 0.26 off the pace. Push now, we might get second place. Right, the guy ahead of us is Frenson, C license. The leader has just done a 38.92. Great stuff, keep it coming mate. P2, you're halfway home, got plenty of fuel. Sector 3 time is fast. The gap in front is now 2.8 seconds. Sector 1 is 0.8 off the pace. Two laps left. We're on for a podium here. Sector 3 time's okay. Last lap, bring it on home. Come on Dennis, the slowdown penalty is now clear. The car in front of us is now 2 laps behind. Frenson is the winner. Podium finish. Fucking excellent. That's the end of the session.
Yo, yeah, I don't know. Both of them, like, basically as soon as I started the stream, I don't know. How are you doing? Doing good, doing good. Yeah, I guess. Probably camping, something like that. Weird. Fuck. Really? Interesting. Ah, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, because they have the preheating thing, right, for quali and race starts.
The leader has just done a 3:46.1 seconds. The leader's just done a 3:45.4 seconds. Sector 1 is 2.0, off the pace.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, the Audi and Lambo are usually decent on speed at Bathurst. They're just generally speaking a bit harder to drive than the other G3s.
Sector 2 is 5.0 seconds, off the pace. 8th place. That's the end of the session. P8. $60. The field strength is 2,600. Your tyres are cold, watch out. Okay, rolling start. Follow car number 6.
Wait, is this race?
You need to close the gap
1
to the
hour?
guy
I thought it
ahead,
was-
please, Dennis. The safety car speed is 85 kilometers per hour.
But it was 45 minutes. But I mean, actually, I don't mind that. But
We need to catch car number 6.
I mean, it's usually 45. But I think sometimes they do some weeks of 1 hour. I don't know if this was one of them. I know some weeks have 1 hour races. I forgot to check if this would be.
Catch up to car number
Yeah, exactly.
6.
I think next season it's 2, but this season I didn't check the schedule. I remember seeing next season was maybe it might have been this season, and I saw it so long ago, but that I thought it was this season already, maybe. But I may have been at the end of the last season that I
Catch
saw
up
the
to car
schedule.
number 6.
Because I do remember seeing a 1 hour Le Mans race for GTEs, and Daytona maybe, or Sebring, I don't know, something like that.
We need to catch up to car number 6.
I guess
to close
we'll
the gap
find
to the
out
guy
in
ahead.
30 seconds. I mean, I ain't complaining. 1 hour in these cars at pretty much any
Catch
track.
up to car number 6.
Would have been nice to have a full field, but still, it's just way too fun to drive anyway, so.
Okay. Okay, Dennis, get ready. Go, nail it!
Yeah, it is a 1 hour race. Okay. Let's go then. Pretty much every time this combo's on the schedule, I do it, but usually I do it in the Corvette. So let's see how it is in the Porsche.
The car in front is Max.
That's gotta be a slowdown, surely. Another was almost in fucking Belgium for that. Le Mans at night is also cool. Yeah, there we go. There's a slowdown.
Clear right. The car in front of us is Michelle, A license, and their rating is 3.2.
I can send you a setup for the Corvette. It's like 3 years old, but I don't think they've changed the cars that much, so. For me, the one I like to drive the most is the Corvette, but I just drive the Porsche because the HIMO has setups for it, so it's just easier. But I actually don't anymore. I don't know. I don't fucking understand what's going on. Some weeks they do, some weeks they don't. I don't get it.
Okay, Dennis. The next car is Kozak, A license, and their rating is 2.4. The gap in front is now 1.4 seconds.
For the Corvette GT.
The gap to Kozak ahead is now 1.3.
And they do for the Porsche, supposedly, but some weeks they just aren't there, so I don't know.
The gap ahead is now 1.4.
What the hell was that?
Although I think since they haven't changed the cars that much, pretty much all the setups that I have for the Corvette are still
Kozak ahead
good.
is increasing. It's now 1.7. The gap to Kozak in front is now 1.5 seconds.
No, I mean, they don't have it for this week, which is like a week where you know people are going to drive it. I think it's just, if the track has been in the schedule for GTs recently, they just
The gap
don't
to
upload it
P6
setup.
ahead is now 1.7
Because
seconds.
you can just use the one from like the previous season or something, you know?
The gap to P6 in front is now 1.6. Okay, Dennis, you're in 6th place. The gap is now 1.4 seconds.
No, it's next weekend, no? Oh, IRL you mean, yeah. Or, I don't know, I don't even know anymore. Just lost as fuck.
The gap in front is now
yeah.
1.6 seconds. P7. Sector 3 time is quick. They're showing the slippery surface flag. The gap to P6 ahead is now 1.8.
It's a pretty decent field this year for Bathurst, which is nice. Like the best field they've had since COVID.
The gap ahead is now 1.8 seconds. The gap in front is now 1.9.
Nice to also see a lot of variety again, because the last few years it's only been, at least in the Pro Class, it's only been Mercedes.
The gap in front is now 2.0.
Ferrari was there last year, I think, but kind of not. They're there again this year. There's Corvette, there's Mustang.
The gap to Kozak ahead is increasing. It's now 2.1.
And the Corvette lineup is saucy. To be fair, most of the pro lineups are very good, but
the gap to P8 behind is now 2.0 seconds.
That's the Bentley one, right?
The gap behind is now 2.0 seconds. The gap to Sander behind is now 1.8. The gap to P8 behind is now 1.9 seconds.
Yeah, but there's like 15 cars in the Pro Class alone or something.
The gap to P6 ahead is now 2.1 seconds. The gap to Kozak ahead is now 2.2. Sector 2 is 0.6 off the pace. The gap to Sander behind is now 2.3 seconds. Chris, car number 1, is leading the race. Red and yellow flag for debris. There's an incident in Indianapolis. It looks like Michelle.
Mustang has a chance. I mean, they've got a good lineup, good team. Although it is their first time, so that's not gonna help. But to be fair, they have a team that knows the event, so to an extent at least. So that's always good.
You're reeling Kozak in. The gap's now 2.0 seconds.
Yep. And he's done it a bunch of times already. I mean, for how young he is, like, he's done it a lot of times
The leader's
already.
just done a 3:46.6. The gap to Kozak ahead is now 2.0 seconds. 6th place. Sector 3 is 0.8 off the pace. The gap to Kozak in front is now 1.9.
No, he's been to Bathurst a few times. I mean, it's also kind of the fact that
The gap in front is now
wasn't ever a
2.0.
super big part of the Porsche driver program that kind of makes it seem like he hasn't been a very good
The gap
driver
to
for as
Kozak
long
in
as he
front
has.
is now 2.0
Despite
seconds.
being a Porsche driver and like a good one, he was never like a super high level. I don't know, not high level because he
The
was
gap
high
to
level. Just
Kozak ahead
high
is now
rated
2.2.
by Porsche as one of their factory drivers. I don't even know if he was a factory driver or if he was just like a contracted driver.
The gap to Kozak ahead is now 2.0. There's an incident in PlayStation chicane. It looks like it's Quentin. The gap to Kozak in front is now 2.2 seconds. The gap to Kozak ahead is increasing. It's now 2.3. The gap to P5 ahead is now 2.2 seconds. The gap to Kozak ahead is now 2.0 seconds.
Did you see that they're starting to work on the Valkyrie for iRacing?
The gap to Kozak ahead is now 2.1.
They've had that. I mean, I saw that they've had it signed for a while, but they've only been able to get the data.
The gap to Kozak ahead is increasing. It's now 2.3.
I saw it on like the iRacing VP Twitter or something like that.
Slippery surface flag. Careful. The gap to
He was
Kozak
replying
in
to someone
front is
asking
now
about it.
2.2.
I mean, it's a few days old. I saw it, I think, maybe on like Friday or Saturday or something. But yeah, I mean, we should get a dev diary in
The gap ahead is now 2.3 seconds.
a week or so, maybe, because the build's only 3 weeks away at this point, or 4 weeks away. It's a month away, but dev diaries are usually what?
The gap to
week
Kozak ahead is increasing. It's now
Nice.
2.4 seconds. The gap to Kozak ahead is now 2.1.
No, not Greg West. Steve Phelps, maybe? No, that's NASCAR, I think. Steve O'Donnell, something like that, maybe? I don't know. I don't remember the name, but I know I've like it. It might even be. I think it's maybe not a VP, maybe even a
The
president.
gap to
I don't know.
Kozak ahead is now
But if you go on
2.1.
Reddit and you search for the Valkyrie,
Okay, Dennis, you've got about 4 laps of fuel left.
that's where I saw it.
The gap in front is now 2.1 seconds. The gap to Kozak in front is now 1.9 seconds.
Steve Myers, yeah, that's the one.
You're reeling Kozak in. The gap is 1.7 seconds.
There's like a thread of him replying to someone like 2 or 3 times where he explains it a little bit.
You're reeling P5 in. The gap is now 1.6. Okay, Dennis, you're reeling P5 in. The gap is 1.3.
I mean, I don't. Maybe if they
Sector 1
really
is
lock in
0.9
it, which
off
would
the
make
pace.
sense since it's like the second biggest sim
The
event
gap
of the
is
year.
at P5. Ahead is now
Maybe they could,
1.3
but I think it'll
seconds.
be difficult because they said like they've only just started getting the data they need, so I don't know if they really they can do it in the time they have. Although to be fair,
The
like the
gap to
comment he
P5
replied
ahead
to
is
did
now
say something like that,
1.2.
and he didn't say no. He just said they're starting to work on it, so maybe.
You're reeling P5 in.
Would be
The gap's
cool.
now 0.9. You've got half your fuel left. Slippery surface flag. The gap to Kozak in front is now
Yeah,
0.9.
I don't
Liam
know.
car number 2
That's
is
the
now
time
leading.
or not. Hopefully.
The gap to Kozak
Yeah,
ahead
that's
is
what
now
exactly. He said they've had it signed
0.32.
for a while, they just haven't had the data they need.
What's your name?
Oh,
Left side. Clear left. Sector 2's 2/10 off the pace.
You planning to move under braking? Just so
Brilliant.
I know.
Nice one. Come on,
if I
Dennis.
get braking pro, you will just have an accident later on.
The guy ahead is
Ahead
Navarro,
outside,
and their
that's
rating is 3.3.
You were moving under braking. That's not the outside.
Le Mans, the GT,
The gap behind
GT
is now
car,
0.9.
just perfection. I mean, Le Mans pretty much anything, but GT cars just work so well here. It's just awesome. I say this like before I accidentally bin it into a lot of Porsche cars, and I hate it.
The gap behind is now 1.2 seconds. P5, we estimate 3 laps of fuel left. Sector 3 is 1.1 seconds, off the pace. The gap to Kozak behind is increasing. It's now 1.5 seconds. The gap to Kozak behind is now 1.6 seconds. You cut the track. Keep it nice and tidy.
Yeah, well in GT3 that isn't as fun, but in GTs
The gap
and
to
in prototypes,
P6 behind is now
it just works.
1.6 seconds. The gap to Kozak behind is now 1.5. The gap behind is now 1.7.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they've had any big updates to these cars in a long time. So I think setups from like 2023 would work.
The gap to Kozak behind is now 1.7. Alright Dennis, you're reeling Navarro in. The gap is 1.7 seconds. You're reeling P4 in. The gap's now 0.8. Red yellow flag, there's debris out there. You're reeling Navarro in. The gap is now 0.7. The gap to Navarro ahead is now 0.8. The gap to P4 in front is now 0.7.
Ooh, nice one. I like that.
You're pushing into people. What do you expect?
You're reeling
your line.
P4 in. The gap is now 0.48. Two laps of fuel remaining. Okay Dennis, keep piling on the pressure. He'll make a mistake. Keep him in your sights, force the mistake. Keep putting the pressure on. Force a mistake. You have 5 incident points. Okay, mate, we really think you should pass this guy. We really need to be in front of this car. On your right. He's still there. Hold your line. Clear right. Okay, Dennis. Ignore that fucker in the mirror. Stick to your line. Nail those exits. Sector 2 is 0.47 off the pace. Just ignore him, he'll go away. Don't be pressured. Keep your exit speeds up. This fucker's trying to distract you. Don't let him. Defend your position. Don't let him through. Slippy surface flags out. Okay, Dennis. Hold your nerve. Just keep it smooth. No mistakes. Don't be intimidated. Keep him behind you. Good stuff, mate. This is fucking excellent. V4. This is the last lap of fuel. Sector 3 is 1.3. Off the pace. The gap to Navarro behind is now 0.8. The gap to P5 behind is now 0.6. The gap behind is now 0.6. The gap behind is now 0.6. Okay, Dennis, don't be intimidated by this little shit. Make him work for it. The guy in front is car number 4, A license, and their rating is 3.4. The gap to Navarro behind is increasing. It's now 2.6 seconds. The gap behind is now 2.5. The gap to Navarro behind is now 2.7 seconds. The gap to Navarro behind is now 2.7 seconds. Pit this lap, in this lap. Sector 2 is 0.5 off the pace. The gap to P5 behind is now 2.8 seconds. The gap behind is now 2.9 seconds. The gap to P5 behind is now 3.0. Two litres remaining. The gap to Navarro behind is now 3.1 seconds. The leader, Liam, is pitting. The gap to Navarro behind is increasing. It's now 3.4 seconds. We think P3's gone off in the first Ford chicane. Looks like P3's gone off in the second Ford chicane. The car in front is pitting. The pit lane speed limit is 60 kilometers per hour. What's your speed limit in the pits? Alright Dennis, we have no recorded pit timings. The position estimates won't be reliable. You should have plenty of space on the exit. When we exit the pits, we should be in P9. Navarro behind is pitting. Box in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Box now. Front left 87%, rear left 91. Track's clear. Push, push, push. You'll need to give back the time gained. The gap to Navarro behind is now 2.3 seconds. The gap to Navarro behind is increasing. It's now 2.3. Okay Dennis, our fuel window opens on lap 9 and it should close on lap 13. The gap behind is now 2.2. Red yellow flag, there's debris on the track. The gap behind is now 2.3 seconds. Incident in Mulsanne. We think it might be Liam. The gap to P5 behind is now 2.3 seconds. The gap behind is now 2.6 seconds. The gap to Navarro behind is now 2.4. The gap to P5 behind is now 2.4. The gap to Navarro behind is now 2.7. The gap to Navarro behind is now 2.7 seconds. The gap to Navarro behind is now 2.7. The gap to P5 behind is now 2.8. Okay Dennis, we're halfway home. Should be about 6 laps of fuel left. The gap to P5 behind is now 3.1. The gap to Sander behind is now 3.1. The gap behind is now 3.1. The gap behind is now 3.3 seconds. The gap to P5 behind is now 3.4. The gap to Sander behind is increasing. It's now 3.4. Slippery surface flag. Sector 2 is 1.2 seconds off the pace. The gap to Navarro behind is now 3.7 seconds. The gap to Navarro behind is now 3.7. The gap behind is now 3.7 seconds. That's a new fastest lap for Liam, 3:45.6. The gap to Navarro behind is now 4.0. The gap to Navarro behind is now 4.0 seconds. P4, that lap time was 3:49. Alright Dennis, the next car is 4 laps behind. This guy's got a bad reputation, watch yourself on your pass. The gap to Navarro behind is now 4.1 seconds. The gap to Sander behind is now 4.2 seconds. Pit window is open. The gap to Sander behind is now 4.1. The gap to Sander behind is now 4.1 seconds. The gap to Sander behind is now 4.2. The gap behind is now 4.3. The gap to Sander behind is increasing. It's now 4.3 seconds. When we exit the pits, we'll be in P8, right ahead of Chris. Sector 2 is 0.6 off the pace. The gap behind is now 4.4 seconds. The gap to P5 behind is now 4.2. The gap to Sander behind is now 5.4. Slippery surface flag, be careful. The gap to Sander behind is now 4.9 seconds. You've got about 4 laps of fuel left. Your last lap time was at 3:49.3. Sector 3 is 1.8 off the pace. The gap to P5 behind is now 5.2. The gap to P5 behind is now 4.0. That's 20 minutes to go. P5 is getting closer. The gap's now 3.8 seconds. to P5 behind is now 3.5 seconds. Sector 1 is 2.4 seconds off the pace. The gap to Sander behind is now 3.3 seconds. The gap to P5 behind is now 3.1. The gap to Sander behind is now 3.1 seconds. The gap behind is now 3.0. Okay, Dennis, you've used half your fuel. The gap to Sander behind is now 3.1 seconds. The gap to Sander behind is now 3.1 seconds. The gap behind is now 2.9. The gap to Sander behind is now 3.2 seconds. The gap behind is now 3.3 seconds. You have 8 incident points. We've got damage. The gap to P5 behind is increasing. It's now 3.2. Slippery surface flag, careful. The gap to Sander behind is now 3.0. On your right. Right side's clear. You've got about 3 laps of fuel left. You've just done a 3:50.8 seconds. Sector 3 is 1.8 seconds off the pace. The gap to Sander behind is now 2.8 seconds. Sander is getting closer. The gap is now 2.6. You'll need to slow down to give back the time gained. Sander is gaining on you. The gap is now 2.1 seconds. The gap behind is now 2.0 seconds. Car left. Clear left. The gap behind is now 0.9. Sector 1 is 2.9 seconds off the pace. The gap to Sander behind is now 0.34. Okay, Dennis, 15 minutes left. That's 15 minutes.
Yeah, the 480 is just... I don't know, For me, it's probably one of my favorite cars. Just looks so good. Even like
Gap
the
to Baston
GT,
ahead is
GT3.
increasing. It's now 1.5. The next car is Baston A license, and their rating is 3.0. The gap to Baston ahead is now 1.6.
Yeah, it was a good save, but it did cost me 3 places, but I've been throwing for the last like 4 laps, so it doesn't really make a
That was a
difference.
smart move.
The gap to Baston ahead is now 1.4.
What?
The gap to Baston ahead is now 1.6. The gap to Baston in front is now 1.6 seconds. The gap to 6th place ahead is now 1.7 seconds. E6, only 2 laps of fuel left. Sector 3 is 2.1 seconds off the pace. Okay, Dennis, the next car is 1 lap behind. The next car is Sander, and their rating is 3.7. We've got debris on the track. They're showing the red-yellow flag. The gap to P5 ahead is increasing. It's now 6.4. The gap to P5 ahead is now 6.4. The gap ahead is now 6.4 seconds. You're a second off the pace in Sector 1. The guy in front is 4 laps behind. The driver in front's not a clean racer. Bear it in mind. The gap in front is now 6.5. The gap in front is now 6.7 seconds. The gap to Sander in front is now 6.6. The gap to Sander ahead is now 6.7. Okay, Dennis, the next car is Navarro, and their rating is 3.3. There's an incident in Arnage. It looks like Sander. Slippery surface flag, be careful, car left. Still there. Clear left. The leader has just done a 3:46.4 seconds. Fastest lap for Liam, 3:45.6 seconds. 10 minutes to go, that's 10 minutes left. Don't let this guy distract you. P5, we think you'll be out of fuel on the next lap. That last lap was a 3:49.5 seconds. The gap to P6 behind is increasing. It's now 1.4. The gap behind is now 1.4 seconds. The gap to 6th place behind is now 1.4 seconds. The gap to Sander behind is now 1.4 seconds. Liam, car number 2, is leading the race. The gap to B6 behind is now 1.3. The gap to P6 behind is now 1.3 seconds. The gap to P6 behind is now 1.3. They're showing the slippery surface flag. The gap behind is now 1.6 seconds. The gap to Sander behind is now 1.5 seconds. Alright Dennis, come into the pits at the end of this lap. Box this lap. The gap to Sander behind is now 1.7. The gap to Sander behind is now 1.0. The leader, Liam, is pitting. The gap to Sander behind is now 0.9. Sixth place is reeling you in. The gap's now 0.9. 2 litres left. The gap to 6th place behind is now 0.47. Car right. Right side, car right, look out for the pit speed limit. Clear right, should be coming out into clear air. When we leave the pits we think we'll be in P6. Navarro in front is pitting. Box in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Box now. Left front 68%, left rear 78. Alright Dennis, 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes left. There's traffic behind. The gap to Sander behind is now 0.6. The car in front of us is Kozak A license and their rating is 2.4. The gap behind is now 0.42. Car left. Hold your line. Clear left. Hold your nerve. Just keep it smooth. Car left. He's still there. He's still there. Clear left. Left side. Still there. Still there. Clear left. Come on, Dennis. Push, push, push. We can catch this car. On your left. Hold your line. Clear left. Red yellow flag. Watch for debris on the track. You have 9 incident points.
Phenomenal stuff.
The gap ahead is now 2.2 seconds. That's 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. Eighth place. 1 more lap to go.
You're welcome.
That's half fuel. You've used half your fuel.
You.
Left side. Clear left. Slippy surface flags out.
Double. Because the tank is 7 laps and the race goes 16 laps. So if you wanted to be a bit clever
You're
with
a second off
strategy,
the pace in
you
sector
could
2.
mess around with it a little bit, but there's nothing, because the last stop is only for a couple of laps of fuel, so the only thing you could really do is move that stop earlier or just do shorter stints. Like, I mean, you guys you could do shorter stints, but it's not by that
Liam
much.
just took the win. Okay, Dennis, you're
Because
reeling.
it's a
7th
7 lap
position.
stint, then another
In.
7
The
lap
gap's
stint,
now
then a 2 lap
1.7
stint,
seconds.
so you could do 2 5 lap stints and a 6 lap stint.
The gap to Baston
And
ahead is now 1.9 seconds. 2 litres remaining. The gap to Baston in front is now 1.9.
But I mean, you wouldn't run lighter, because you'd have to take the fuel at the start anyway, or lose time at the pit stop, so I don't know.
The gap to P5 ahead is now 1.7.
Basically. I mean, there's also
P8,
no
there's
way
the finish. Good
to
drive
save
today.
the laps you
Impressive.
need, so just push hard and just don't make 100 million mistakes like I did. There's like the top 2 in 4 seconds, then the guy in P3, no man's land. Then 20 seconds behind him, there's like 6 cars or 5 cars, and then there's a minute before the next guy, and then for another 40 seconds. That was a fun race though. I'm gonna do GT3 because I need it for my participation credits. I'm gonna do LMP3 because I like it, and it's also at, I think it's at Portland, which I haven't driven, so it'll be cool to learn that a little bit. Probably do some more of this as well. I mean, and if I can get my A license, which after this race probably isn't gonna happen, but I would do some. Not too much Road America, because like I said, I don't. Oh. Not too much Road America, because I don't really like it, but I might do a little bit if I get the A license. It also depends on if I do anything endurance on the weekend. I don't know. There's a few. There's also a Porsche Cup at Daytona. I might try that, although I think it'll be carnage. But I might give it a go. I don't know yet. I mean, I haven't driven the new Cup car much, really, anything to be honest. So it'll be cool to kind of learn that a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Just gonna wait for the results, and I'll go have something to eat, and I'll be working a little bit. Oh, oh, no, they're not there in yet. should work, you know. I don't think well I think I think if you have an aluminum rig and the car seat, I don't think people are really necessarily gonna think you robbed the car. I think people are just gonna think you're going crazy. Let me see. Did we get any safety rating? Oh, not that bad, to be fair. Some high rating as well. We take those. We take those. This actually means that if I got, oh, where did I get my 9/10? I don't know. That means if I don't actually do too many, yeah, of course, when I went off at Mulsanne. If I don't do too many mistakes, you can actually gain a lot of safety rating, which makes sense. Yeah, like 0.34 safety rating at with an A 3.6 is very good. You can get this guy got 0.9 safety rating, which is basically a 0.4 with 3 incidents. Anybody get a 0x? No, no. This guy with 1 incident got 1.28. I mean, it was license promotion, but it's still like 0.6, 0.7. But I like even this guy, and yeah, a basically a 1 point gain, which is crazy when he's already an A license. I mean, like even this guy, he got 9 incidents and still got 0.889 safety rating. I mean, yeah, he was at B1 point something, but still B 1.9 or something like that. So still big gains. But yeah, I'm gonna go get something. No, I'm gonna go eat something. Not gonna go get something to eat. Maybe I can like 25, 30 minutes, something like that. And then Valentine's Day is a 10-hour bus day. And I don't think there's anything better you could do on Valentine's Day. To be fair, well, you or anybody. I couldn't think of anything better to do. Exactly. Definitely my choice. Oh, my back hurts. You see? When is that? Isn't that like from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. or like 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. for us in Europe? Yeah. Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit.
pit lane speed limit is 60 kilometers per hour. Pit exit's clear, don't cross the white line. Watch your speed. We have damage. Watch your speed. Slippy surface flag. We're damaged. tyres all round. Field strength is 2,400. Okay, Dennis, we might struggle today. A decent finish will be around P23.
Good luck, everyone.
Let's go single file, shall we?
Yeah. Good for me.
Go.
Radio check.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Good luck.
Rolling start, get ready. Follow car number 20. In the left column. The safety car speed is 85 kilometers per hour. We need to catch up to car number 20. We need to catch car number 20. We need to allow car number 17 to pass. You need to catch up to the guy ahead. Watch for the lights.
Come on.
Go, go, go! Incident in Sabine Schmidt's curve. It looks like it's Rodriguez.
For fuck's sake, I can't get through one corner.
There's an incident in Hatzenbach-Burgen. We think it might be Correa and Toro. Car right. Right side's clear. Nice start. Come on, Dennis. There's an incident in Hatzenbach. It looks like it's Luca. Yellow flag. Caution. There's an incident in Bugeiken. The guy in front is Adster. A license.
Mate,
Car
Yeah.
left.
stop that idiot.
Clear
Stop
left.
that idiot. What the return?
Car right. Still there.
Bro, are you fucking serious? What
Still
the fuck?
there. Still there. Incident in Schwedenkreuz. We think it might Hona and right side's clear. Car clear left. The next car is Guy. C license.
Damien, what the fuck was that?
Car right. Clear right. Clear left. Car left. He's still there. He's still there. Clear left. Yellow flag. We've got damage. There's an incident in Exmüller. Left side. Hold your line. Still there. He's still there. Still there. Still there. Clear left. Okay, Dennis. The next car is Rem A license, and their rating is 2.5. On your left. Clear left. Car left. Clear left. Right side. Clear right. The track temp's increasing. It's now 25 Celsius. The car ahead is Alexander. Okay, Dennis. The next car is Adsta A license. We'll be warned about track limits.
You close me, bro.
Incident
You
in
blown me.
Sabine
Sorry,
Schmidt
you
curve.
blown me.
It looks like Toro. P14. 2-lap car right. Clear right.
What?
Red yellow flag. Debris on the track. The car in front is Martin K.
Yeah,
A license.
Wrong one. So, what's so hard?
You're reeling Martin K. in. The gap is 0.34. Left side. Clear left. Good work, mate. Keep it up. Okay, Dennis. The next car is Guy. C license. Don't be intimidated by this little shit. Make him work for it. Sector 1 is quick. The gap to Guy in front is now 1.1 seconds. The gap in front is now 0.8. You're reeling Guy in. The gap is 0.5. You're reeling P9 in. The gap is now 0.40. On your right. Clear right. On your right. Right side's clear. Don't give up. Keep him under pressure. You cut the track. Keep it nice and tidy. Please, Dennis. You have 5 incident points.
Yep. Car just got stuck on the
Slippery
curb.
surface flag. The guy in front is Martin K, A license. Don't be distracted. Defend your position. Keep your concentration. Make the bastard work for it. Make him do all the work. Focus on your exits. Alright Dennis, you're reeling. 10th position. In. The gap's now 1.8 seconds. The gap to P10 ahead is now 1.9 seconds. The leader has just done a 6:08.6 seconds.
Not ideal.
The gap to Martin K in front is now
How easy would
2.0.
that be to replace if you have to do it? I don't know. And it's doable, but not simple, I guess.
There's an incident in Chicana Hohenrhein. It looks like Alexander. That's half distance. Fuel levels are fine. P11. One more to go. The stewards have warned us about track limits. Keep it between the lines. Alexander is entering the pits. He's in P17. Expect him to come out a bit behind you.
Yeah.
The gap to Adster behind is increasing. It's now 0.8. The gap to Adster behind is now 1.0 seconds. The gap to Adster behind is now 0.7. The gap to Adster behind is now 0.7. Okay, Dennis, the next car is Guy, C license. The gap to P12 behind is now 1.0 seconds. You've used half your fuel. The gap behind is now 1.0. We've got debris on the track. They're showing the red-yellow flag. The gap behind is now 1.1. The gap behind is now 1.0 seconds.
I mean, I don't know, but... Well, I guess... Maybe it is a problem.
The gap to Adster behind is now 0.7.
Okay.
Adster is getting closer. The gap's now 0.46. He's faster than you into Sabine Schmidt's curve. The gap to Adster behind is now 0.30. Okay, Dennis, don't let this guy distract you. Let's see how wide you can make this thing.
Let's not hit that curb again.
The gap to P12 behind is now 0.5. The gap behind is now 0.5. Slippery surface flag, be careful. The gap to Adster behind is now 0.5. Slow in, fast out. Keep the inside line covered. Okay, Dennis. Ignore that fucker in the mirror. Stick to your line. Nail those exits. Car left. Clear left. We've just had a warning for cutting the track. That's disappointing, but shit happens. Keep pushing.
No, I haven't.
Bruno took the win. Incident in Chicana Hohenrhein. We think it might be Aros. Car left. Left side, clear left. 10th position. Okay, it's over. Well done, mate. Good finish.
I mean, it would do the job. Some might say slightly overqualified, but the rev limiter on the LMP2 is weird. Guess it might be, maybe it's because it's capped, but I don't know. It just feels like the engine has so much more to give when you have to shift up. Yeah, like, I mean, because you're kind of used to shifting off of sound a little bit, at least. Oh, right there. But yeah, you're used to using the sound a little bit, but with this car, the car still sounds like it's ramping up, and you already have to shift, otherwise it starts bogging down. I gotta do some more LMU. I haven't done any of that in a while. Are rally raid cars road legal? All of them?
That's the end of the session.
Interesting. Well, let me guess, makes sense. In the same way that, like, I don't know, I guess makes sense. Doesn't, because they're not really, they're mostly based on production cars. I mean, on a normal road, they won't be much faster than a production car. They should be much faster if you take them off-road, and they're definitely way safer, so I guess it makes sense that they would be road legal. Be cool. So this. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. The problem with a car like that would be, yeah, it would clog up because it's not meant to be driven slowly, I guess. Because pretty much everything else is way more durable than a normal car. I mean, even the engine is more durable. It's just not designed to be, or the whole car isn't designed to be driven at slow speeds. Whoever said that just clearly that didn't have enough money or was depressed. Because money does definitely buy happiness. Or at the very least, money can buy things that will bring you happiness objectively.
New fastest lap for Martinez, 41.00. That's a new fastest lap for Martinez, 39.38.
We're gonna tell you to fuck off. Try it though. Oh.
The track temperature's rising. It's now 36 Celsius. Sector 2 time is good. Fastest lap for Martinez, 38.70. On your left, clear left. Sector 2 is 3.4 seconds off the pace.
You're good.
P3. Car right side's clear. You'll need to slow down a bit if you don't want a penalty. The guy behind has just done a 43.48. The guy ahead has just done a 42.37. Sector 1 is 0.6 off the pace. Clear left. The track temperature left side. Clear left. The guy behind has just done a 41.05. The leader has just done a 41.94. The leader has just done a 41.75. The leader's just done a 41.50. The leader's just done a 40.00. The track temperature is falling. It's now 37 Celsius. The leader has just done a 40.60. The leader has just done a 39.95. The leader has just done a 39.80. You're 2/10 off the pace in Sector 1. Sector 2 is 0.6 off the pace. P6, your lap time was 41.16. Sector 3 is 0.6 off the pace. Sector 1 is 0.9 off the pace. Sector 2 time is okay. That's the end of the session, B6. strength of field is 1600. 6th place. It's a strong field, but we're expecting you to finish in the top 6. This will be a standing start. Go! Car left. Clear left. Car left. Left, clear left. Car left. Clear left. Clear left. The driver in front of us is Can, and their rating is 1.6. Great start, well done. P3. Sector 3 time is fast. Sector 1 time's okay. Caracas, car number 2, is now in the lead. Your sector 2 time is quick. P4, that lap was a 40.54. Sector 3 time's okay. The gap in front is now 1.1. You're 2/10 off the pace in sector 1. Alright Dennis, the next car is Boss, and their rating is 1.6. Half distance, fuel looks good. Sector 3 time is quick. Push harder, we can get a podium here. You're a 10th off, car right. Clear right. Two laps remaining. Sector 3 time's okay. The gap to Boss ahead is now 3.2 seconds. Sector 1 is 0.34 off the pace. Car right. Clear right. You're reeling. Boss in. The gap is now 0.18. Last lap. That lap was a 40.59. Sector 3 is 2.0 seconds off the pace. Caracas has won the race. The next car is car left, clear left. Left side, clear left. P5, there's the finish. Well done, that was good. That's the end of the session. lane speed limit is 60 kilometers per hour. Okay, Dennis, we've got 2 laps to set a decent time. We have damage. Your tyres are cold, watch out. The track temperature's decreasing. It's now 19 Celsius. The leader has just done a 144.64. The leader's just done a 144.57. Sector 1 is 0.35 off the pace. Sector 2 is 0.43 off the pace. P7. That puts you 1.1 off the leader's pace. Sector 3 is 0.34 off the pace. New fastest lap for Alex, 1:43.90. The guy behind has just done a 1:45.70. Sector 1 is 0.5 off the pace. You're 0.2 off the pace in Sector 2. P7. That's the end of the session. 7th position.
Check, check.
Yeah, they got you.
Please repeat that, didn't hear you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Bear in mind, everyone, it's a very long race. Let's keep it clean, keep everyone alive, and let's all finish.
Okay, Dennis, we should be competitive here. We're aiming for around P7. P7. Strength of field is 2,100. This is a rolling start. Follow car number 12 in the right lane. You need to catch up to the guy ahead. The safety car speed is 84 kilometers per hour.
Yo yo.
There's Winky Seismon there. Dude, seriously, Seismon, back out. You're gonna cause a huge wreck.
Massive disappointment. One day it'll happen.
Seismon, back out, dude. Your network sucks. Back out.
Simon, beans.
Oof, tune. Catch up to car number 12.
Ferraris. Good mix of cars, to be fair. 6 cars, no, 5 cars in the top 6.
Get ready, time to focus. Go! You're in the clear right. On your left, clear all round.
Dude, you cannot be serious, bro. You cannot be serious. I blame traction.
Okay, Dennis, the next car is David.
Bro,
A license.
how the fuck do you lose traction at the start like that?
Good start, keep it up.
Oh no, you tell me, man, but I'm never using this car again.
Clearly you pushed it too hard, man. Like, that's it. But you've not taken me with you.
Didn't mean to. You know, I was full left, so, you know, I can do shit.
Yeah, I'm not blaming you. Like, I understand you didn't mean to.
Dimitri, car number 17 is now leading.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, Daytona. Yeah. But is that this season or next season?
Like, am I missing any part of my rear end? Can you see that, Freddie?
Your rear's fine.
Oh, okay, that's just front end. Thank you.
Ah, okay. I mean, I don't mind the 296, but the 488 is just so much prettier than
P4.
the 296. The rear of the 488 is just perfection. Exactly.
The gap
That's
to
exactly it.
E3 ahead is now 0.8.
Although the 296 is kind of weird, because for me, the front and the
Slippery
rear
surface
don't
flag,
look like they
careful.
belong on the same design. Still don't mind it, but it's just,
The gap ahead is now 0.9.
I don't know, doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Alright Dennis, you're reeling. David, in. The gap's now 0.6. The leader's just done a 144.94. The car ahead has just done a 145.47. You're a tenth off the pace in Sector 3. You've just done a 145.47. The gap to David in front is now 0.7. P4. Come on man, send it already. Keep the pressure on, don't give him a break. Keep searching, you'll find a gap. Okay Dennis, you need to pass this twat, you're losing too much time. Keep pushing him, there'll be a chance here. Fastest lap for Alex, 140 car, clear right. Pit window for refueling should open about lap 7. It'll close on lap 15. We have no recorded pit timings. This'll hurt the fuel
That's
estimates.
not the right, but I'll take
You're
it.
matching race pace, this is good. P3. Your lap time was at 144.67. The guy in front is Javier.
What was that, Ken?
The gap to David behind is now 0.7. Sector 2 is 0.40 off the pace. The gap to David behind is now 0.6. New fastest lap for Alex, 144.09. The gap to P4 behind is now 0.29. The car in front has just done a 144.33. That was a 145.20. Defend hard, make them work for it. They're quicker than us entering left hook. Sector 1 is 0.6 off the pace. Time to get defensive, mate. Okay, Dennis, don't let this guy distract you. Come on, don't make it easy for him. Make him go the long way round. Sector 2 is 0.2 off the pace.
Watch it.
Ignore that fucker in the mirror. Stick to your line. Nail those exits. The car ahead has just done a 144.33. He's all over you. Keep your exit speeds up. Stay smooth. That lap time was 145.24. Stick to the plan, don't be intimidated here. Okay, Dennis, hold your nerve, just keep it smooth, no mistakes. Use all the track, force him to find the gap. Hold your nerve, make them do the work. Sector 2 is 0.6, off the pace. Don't let this guy intimidate you. The car in front has just posted a 144.28. Okay, Dennis, don't be intimidated by this little shit. Make him work for it. He's faster than you entering left hook. That lap was a 145.39. There's an incident in NASCAR Bend. Looks like it's David. You're 0.2 off the pace in Sector 1. The car ahead is 2 laps behind. P3. The gap to
Thank you.
P4 behind is increasing. It's now 4.7. You're a tenth off the pace in sector 2. The gap behind is now 4.8 seconds. The guy ahead has just done a 144.12. The gap to P4 behind is now 4.7. That was a 144.73. Sector 3 is 0.28 off the pace. The gap to P4 behind is now 4.9 seconds. The gap behind is now 4.8. Alright Dennis, we've gone out of track limits, keep it between the lines. The gap behind is now 4.9. The gap behind is now 3.6 seconds. You've got half your fuel left. Pit window open. We don't expect any traffic on the pit exit. When we exit the pits we should be in position 22. The gap behind is now 4.3. The gap to Barrera behind is increasing. It's now 4.9. Sector 1 is 0.49 off the pace. The gap behind is now 4.6 seconds. The gap to Barrera behind is now 4.0 seconds. The gap to P4 behind is now 4.1. Sector 2 is 0.7 off the pace. The gap to P4 behind is now 4.2. The gap to Barrera behind is increasing. It's now 4.2. You're 2/10 off the pace in Sector 3. That was a 145.42. The gap to Barrera behind is now 4.7 seconds. The gap to P4 behind is now 4.9. The gap to P4 behind is now 4.8 seconds. The gap to Barrera behind is now 4.7 seconds. Sector 2 is 0.28 off the pace. P4 is gaining on you. The gap's now 4.9. They're faster than us into Hog Pen. The gap to Barrera behind is now 4.9. Sector 3 is 0.32 off the pace. Your last lap time was at 1:44.94. Track limits, watch those lines. The gap behind is now 5.1 seconds. The gap to P4 behind is now 5.5. That's a new fastest lap for Javier, 1:44.00. The gap to car number 25 behind is now 5.4 seconds. Okay Dennis, you've got about 4 laps of fuel left. The gap behind is now 5.4 seconds. .20 remaining, you've got 20 minutes left. The gap to car number 25 behind is now 5.4. Sector 1 is 0.42 off the pace. The gap to P4 behind is now 5.3. The gap to car number 25 behind is now 5.9. Sector 2 is 0.28 off the pace. The gap to car number 25 behind is now 6.5 seconds. We're halfway through. We think about 3 laps of fuel remaining. Your lap time was at 1:44.66. That's your fastest lap to date. The gap behind is now 6.0 seconds. Sector 1 is 0.7 off the pace. The gap behind is now 6.2 seconds. The gap to car number 25 behind is now 6.0 seconds. The gap to P4 behind is now 6.2. The gap to car number 25 behind is now 6.6. The gap behind is now 6.5 seconds. Only 2 more laps of fuel. The lap time was 1:45.31. Sector 1 is 0.7 off the pace.
That was a
The
big,
gap
big
behind
save.
is now 6.4.
Ooh, okay. I don't know if this will end in time, but
Sector 1 is 1.4 off the
I
pace.
could
The gap
maybe
behind
do it.
is now 5.7 seconds.
I was gonna do LMP3s after this, but maybe. I don't know.
P4 is closing in. The gap is now 5.5 seconds.
Well, so... depending on when this race ends, it'll be like a minute, I guess. Maybe not, maybe less than that.
P4 is getting closer.
Yeah.
The gap's come down to 5.6. Sector 2 is 0.6 off the pace. The gap to car number 25 behind is now 5.5 seconds. The gap to car number 25 behind is now 5.5. You've only got enough fuel for this lap. That lap time was 1:46.58. Sector 3 is 0.6 off the pace. Well done, Dennis. This is great. Come on, keep nailing those exits. The gap behind is now 5.5 seconds. 15 minutes remaining, 15 minutes to go.
I mean, it's probably possible, but it is close. I don't know. I also kind of want to do the
The gap
LMP3, so I
to
don't know.
car number 25
Make my mind
behind
up
is
in a little
now
bit.
5.4. The gap to car number 25 behind is now 5.3. Come into the pits at the end of this lap. Box this lap. Sector 2 is 0.6 off the pace. The gap to car number 25 behind is now 5.5 seconds. Javier ahead is pitting. Javier ahead is pitting. The gap behind is now 6.1. What's your speed limit in the pits? The pit lane speed limit is 60 kilometers per hour. We expect to exit the pits in position 13. Box in for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Box now. Front left, 85%. Left rear, 90. All clear on pit exit. P4. The guy ahead is Stegman, A license. There's an incident in South Bend. We think it might be Javier. The leader, Alex, is pitting. The gap to car number 25 behind is increasing. It's now 8.1 seconds. The gap to car number 25 behind is increasing. It's now 8.6. Stegman ahead is pitting. Keep doing what you're doing, this is spot on. P3. Alright Dennis, the next car is Alex, and their rating is 2.0.
Oh, that was not enough track.
The stewards have warned us for cutting the track. Keep it between the white lines.
The stewards can suck one. Yep. Well, to be fair, this race hasn't been too bad. I mean, I'm only on 3x.
Car number 25 is closing you down. The gap has come down to 7.9. He's quicker than you into left hook. Okay, Dennis, 10 minutes to go. That's 10 minutes left. This is good. Keep banging out them lap times. Alex, car number 24, is now in the lead. Javier, ahead, is pitting.
Oh.
The gap behind is now 8.2.
What? Okay, we take the freebie, I guess. I mean, if I get something out of this race and then I have a clean one in, and then I do GTs and I do a decently clean race, I could maybe scrape A class today.
P2.
Obviously, I'm saying all of this, but I'm just gonna rack up another 15 innocent points before the end of this race, and then jump into GTs and get 17 4Xs. So. Yep.
Car number 25 is closing the gap. It's now 7.5. P3 is reeling you in. The gap's now 7.7 seconds. The gap to car number 25 behind is now 7.4 seconds. That lap time was 1:45.54. The guy behind has just done a 1:45.00. The gap behind is now 7.4.
Oh yeah, road to C license for sure.
Okay, Dennis, we've just cut the track.
That was such a fucking... such a stupid off track as well.
The gap to car number 25 behind is now 6.8 seconds. The gap to car number 25 behind is now 6.4 seconds. The gap to car number 25 behind is now 6.5 seconds. The gap to P3 behind is now 6.8. The gap to P3 behind is now 6.6 seconds. The gap to P3 behind is now 6.1. We've been warned about track limits. You have 5 incident points. The gap to car number 25 behind is now 5.3. That's 5 minutes to go. Come on, keep it together. We'll be on the podium here. Come on, Dennis. You've used half your fuel. Car number 25 is getting closer. The gap's come down to 4.9 seconds. They're quicker than you entering South Bend. The gap to E3 behind is now 5.2 seconds. The gap to car number 25 behind is now 5.0. The gap to P3 behind is now
This time
5.0.
at least.
Sector 1 is 1.5 off the pace. The gap behind is now 3.8. Car number 25 is reeling you in. The gap's now 3.4. The gap behind is now 3.8. The gap to P3 behind is now 3.3. That lap was at 1:47.00. Sector 1 is 1.5 off the pace. Just 2 minutes left, 2 minutes to go. Sector 1 is 0.48 off the pace. Pay attention to track limits, please, Dennis. One more to go. Keep it together, we'll be on the podium. Alex has taken the win. The gap behind is now 1.0. Well done, Dennis. Great drive. That's a podium.
think I just made it into GT race by like 5 seconds. We should be in the same split, hopefully. Yes. Let's go. Not bad, to be fair, considering I then got 3 more incidents. 0.13 on safety rating. 83 I rating. I will take that for sure. Yeah, we are same split though. Well, I mean, you only get 1 quali lap anyway, so it doesn't really matter if you load in late. Because, I mean, it's a tiny, tiny, tiny chance that you can get both laps. Like, I don't know if I've ever been able to be honest. I mean, you could just lower it a little bit. You could just look at what the ride heights are before, then, well, you need to load up the full, yeah, you can't do that. I mean, you could, but you have to load up the setup with full fuel. I mean, if you'd lower it by like a couple of, or like a click or 2 maximum, it won't make it undrivable. And it probably is the right amount, more or less.
La necesito.
Yeah, this is split 103, I guess.
Pues ahí te lo mando, tío.
Good luck for quali. One of these guys was in the race I did earlier. I don't know if that's a good thing. He beat me, so he can't be too bad. Well, just to do like, I mean, if you want to do 1 lap, put like 9 liters in. If you want to try and go for 2, put like 15. Alright.
The leader has just done a 3:48.5 seconds. P2.
I have no idea, to be honest. have a look. That? I mean, it's also a different car, so like, probably.
That's the end of the session. P3.
It might be designed to be a little higher, I don't know. But can't you just like that? Lower it like that? Fair enough. Good luck. Let's build a wall between us and everybody behind.
Good luck everyone. Remember, one more of the race. And finger filing in the start. Thank you for the race.
I mean, the car should be higher than like, or the car is higher than it should be, so it should be a little more stable. Let's see. Good luck.
.60 The strength of field is 2,900. We didn't record pit timings. Our fuel estimates won't be reliable. Okay, rolling start. We need to follow car number 4. Catch up to car number 4. The safety car speed is 85 kilometers per hour. Catch up to car number 4.
Single file? Are we in single file? Oh, I'm the only person.
Yeah, single file, please. You have a race, remember.
Go behind me then.
Okay, Dennis, here we go. Go, go, go. Left side, clear left. The gap to car number 14 behind is now 0.34. Use all the track, force them to find the gap. Stick to the plan, don't be intimidated here. Keep it within the track limits. The gap in front is now 1.4. You'll need to slow down if you don't want a penalty. Car left. Clear left. Left side, clear left. Car left. Clear left. Car right. Right side's clear. Right side. Hold your line. Clear right. Clear left. Car left. Still there. Clear left.
Más Navarro Verstappen.
The driver in front's got a bad reputation. Gross, A license, and their rating is 5.6. The car in front of us is Herald, A license, and their rating is 3.4. Red yellow flag, there's debris on the track. Incident in first Ford chicane. It looks like Gonzalez,
Second driver.
P8. Left side. Clear left. Come on, Dennis. Good stuff. Keep it coming. The car ahead is car number 19, A license, and their rating is 2.5. Car right. Right side's clear. Nice pass. The next car is car number 10, A license, and their rating is 3.0. Car left. Still there. Still there. Hold it. Clear left. Sector 2 time is good. Left. Clear left. Left side. Still there. Clear left. Okay, Dennis, the next car is iRacing, A license, and their rating is 2.8. Hold your nerve, make them do the work. The leader has just done a 3:48.5 seconds. There's an incident in the second Ford chicane. Looks like it's on your left. Still there. Clear left, E12. Fucking awesome move, mate. This driver's got a bad reputation, watch yourself when you pass. Alexi, A license, and their rating is 2.8. The gap in front is now 0.6. On your right. Still there. Hold your line. Clear right. Come on, Dennis. Nicely done.
Yeah,
Right,
definitely.
the guy ahead of us is Hector, A license. Don't let this guy intimidate you. Sector 2 time is okay. Car left. Clear left. Come on, don't make it easy for him. Make him go the long way around. On your left. He's clear left. Slippy surface flag. There's an incident in Indianapolis. You think it might be Alexei? You're reeling Hector in. The gap is 0.8. Alright Dennis, you're reeling Hector in. The gap is now 0.43. New fastest lap for Gross, 3:47. We estimate 4 laps fuel remaining, P11. Left side. Hold your line. Clear left. Fucking come on, you nailed him. Okay Dennis, the next car is Herald, A license, and their rating is 3.4. Don't let this guy distract you. He's faster than you into Indiana, left side, clear left. Just ignore him, he'll go away. Okay Dennis, you've got half your fuel left. Hold your nerve, just keep it smooth, no mistakes. We need to find a 10th in Sector 2. Red yellow flag, debris on the track. Defend hard, make them work for it. Don't be intimidated, keep him behind you. Ignore that fucker in the mirror, stick to your line, nail those exits. Let's see how wide you can make this thing. You're reeling. Harold, in. The gap's now 1.0. They're pretty slow into Michelin chicane. P9. 3 laps of fuel remaining. The gap to Harold ahead is now 1.0 seconds. The gap to Harold ahead is now 0.9. The gap ahead is now 0.9. The gap in front is now 0.7. Okay, Dennis, you're reeling. Harold, in. The gap is 0.5. You're reeling. Harold, in. The gap is 0.36. Car left. Still there. Still there. Hold your line. Clear left. Fan-fucking-tastic. Now keep pushing. Car in front is car number 10. A license, and their rating is 3.0. You're a tenth off the pace in Sector 2. Red yellow flag, watch for debris on the track. Car right. He's still there. Right side's clear. Alright, car left. He's still there. Clear left. You need to slow down, give back some time. P7, only 2 more laps of fuel. Don't be distracted. Defend your position. Slow in, fast out. Keep the inside line covered. Okay, Dennis. Don't be intimidated by this little shit. Make him work for it. Don't be pressured. Keep your exit speeds up. Don't be intimidated by this little shit. Make him work for it. They're showing the meatball flag. We'll need to come into the pits for repairs.